Hello. See if my audio is coming in. Hello. See if my audio is coming in. I think it's coming in pretty good. So we'll get started. Nobody in here. Hello. See if my audio is coming in. What we're gonna do is start to architect out a plugin system for the Universal Data Tool. I'm gonna quickly start this until we get anybody in here or anything going on. I'm just gonna write some documentation and then we'll dive in. So probably in about 20 minutes, I'll dive into the actual like development of that plugin architecture. But until then, I'm just gonna start filling out this API documentation. Just kind of pass some time. Let's see. So we're doing some audio transcription documentation, just kind of telling people, okay, how to use this. This is great if people just kind of want to understand the software without actually using it. That's why it's like so descriptive, even though like you could really just open the tool and use it, but just kind of walk through. Just kind of walk through the usage and give some screenshots and stuff. So I think we could just create from template, create audio transcription. I guess this will also give you a good idea of what does the Universal Data Tool actually, like, what is it? So basically, this is a tool for building machine learning data sets, and you can use it to build any type of data set that's common anyway. So it's really great, and there's really easy ways to like import from Cocoa or other popular like sources. So you can like create an image data set really quickly. You can like import URLs and do anything like that. So yeah, I think this will be helpful. And what I'd eventually like to do is maybe live stream some of the development for this so that people are a little bit less intimidated and they see like what kind of stuff contributors might do. All right, so let's give this image a caption. Here, yeah, so this is like configuration for our audio transcription. And let's give some instructions on how to import data.
Begin 20-minute
Whoops.
meditation.
Hey Google, volume 0. Hey Google, lights on. I'm gonna unplug that so that doesn't mess up my lighting again. So I'll probably go for something like 4 hours. We'll see if we can do 4 hours of development. And maybe get some of the plugin architecture done. There's a lot. I mean, we're really just starting the plugin architecture. I haven't even thought about it too much, but I'm pretty sure it'll do really great things for like just getting people able to jump in and use the Universal Data Tool for their projects. Okay, so import data. How do you import data? You can import data using, let's see, what methods? I'm just going to copy. A lot of these are super similar, so I can just copy a lot of them. Documentation is not very exciting to write, but it's sort of the hallmark of like a good open source project will have great documentation. So you can't import text snippets with this. You can import from CSV or JSON. I think you can also import file URLs. So that import file URLs. I think those are the only two ways to get in audio transcription data. Yeah. It's kind of how you know like this is really being used by people. The audio transcription interface looks terrible. It's like really bad. Starry night is what we'll say for that. This I've listened to this example sample so many times I know what it says. This is not a very good interface. This is probably one of our worst interfaces. I have to keep maximizing this because it won't let me edit. Gitbook won't let me edit if. Also, I'm using Gitbook to edit, which is, it's convenient. But because Gitbook is like this paid platform, everybody else has to hit edit on GitHub and edit the markdown files, which isn't bad, but it's definitely not as convenient. But you know, it's just the way it's got to be. I can't give the permissions for Gitbook for everybody because they'll make me pay. Enter a caption for this image. Example audio transcription sample. Exporting use. Let's see if we can just say something kind of generic here. Yeah, so we're just going to recommend JSON usage. We'll say, take a look at the, delete that, say audio transcription dataset. The JSON format, when you're done labeling, check out JSON or CSV format. Fine. Or download CSV, because this one can be pretty easily read. I'm not actually gonna put an example of the table there, even though it should be there, because this really is not a popular interface. Speaker identification we don't really support, so I am gonna remove this for now. Can I make it a draft? That would be best. Doesn't look like I can. Fine. All right, so that's pretty good. We're still missing some pages. So we have data entry, video segmentation, composite interfaces, and landmark pose. Oh, did we get this done? This one is sort of temporary because we don't have a configuration page for this. So I'm not going to do anything there. So yeah, there's only 3 more, or two more. This one's not really done. What I'm going to do is remove these for so let's do composite real quick. Use multiple UDT interfaces together with a composite interface. We'll set up the data set. Let's see. So composite has kind of a unique UI for setting it up, and there is an example, luckily. So, oh, but this is going to be way too. Yeah, it's like the sizing doesn't quite work out for a screenshot, but we might be able to do something. Yeah, it doesn't look quite right, but composite example. Okay. I'll just take a screenshot of this so that people get the gist. Hopefully people get the gist. It's really not super clear, but some documentation is better than none. And I'm just trying to get this, get the kind of foundation for other people to come in and do stuff. All right, so set up data set, select composite from setup data type, then click, whoops. Ooh, sometimes this happens with Gitbook where it doesn't like recognize that like I don't want to be in that font anymore. So setup data type. Did it do it again? I feel like it did it again. It did it again. Clear formatting. All right, that works. We'll clear formatting on this too. Okay. Then select configure to create additional interfaces and configure each one individually. That's how we set up. If I go to the bottom here, I'll also add labeling composite interfaces, and we'll just take a screenshot of what it looks like to label. This whole interface is probably going to change, so it's probably not worth it to do too much work on this, but yeah. So when labeling a composite interface, you'll be prompted to select any of the sub interfaces on each sample. For some reason, it's very difficult to let this. Yeah, there we go. Okay. When labeling, to add data for that sample. And then finally, exporting. I will just include a quick JSON format link so people understand what the JSON format output of this looks like. Nobody wants to write this kind of documentation, and it makes sense because it's pretty, it's pretty cumbersome. Oh, this isn't very well written either. I'll throw it in here, but it's not very well written. See when exporting, a composite interface, it's best to use the JSON format. Check out the composite interface JSON format specification. Okay. We will give a link to this page. The resultant JSON for each sample looks like this. Yeah, and this is a really poor example, but this will at least somebody can come and fix this pretty easily. So that's good. e.g. image URL. Okay. Yeah, that's probably yeah, okay, so the two we're missing now is data entry, which is actually a pretty good interface, and video segmentation, which not a lot of people use for some reason. So segment objects or parts of a video with the universal data tool. Try to set up the data set. Video segmentation. Yeah, I might just be... Oh, wait. I feel like I didn't do this right. Yeah, I'm going to start with... Yeah, there we go. With the template. Take a screenshot of this. This is the only screenshot we really need. Well, we should get one of the actual video segmentation as well. Okay, so I'm going to paste that in, but we'll need some other stuff, which I can steal from here. Just going to steal this text. Yeah, I mean, these pages are really similar, but it's still gonna help people to have all the information on each of these pages. So that's why it has to be like that. Like, you can't be dry when you're writing documentation. Redundancy actually helps. It's unfortunate. Redundancy does not help with maintenance, but it does help to create good documentation. Because if somebody wants to do video segmentation, they don't want to have to go to 100 pages. They want to go to one page and have all that information on that page. So that's what you got to do. Okay, so configure video segmentation interface. The right labels or segmentation regions for your data set. There's types for your data set. And I think in the image segmentation, I actually give a list of the shapes, which I kind of like. Yeah. Maybe I'll skip it, even though it does kind of add to it. So maybe I'll just copy it in. Let's see. Okay. Import data. Let's see. I think it's just URLs. It's very similar to audio transcription. It's like just URLs in JSON, I believe. Okay. To import video data. Import file URLs, import from CSV or JSON. Yeah, that seems good. Label your data with friends. I think I have some like default thing I put in here. Let's see. Oh, I like to put a image of the interface, so we'll do that. Then I'll copy. I'm jumping around a little bit, but I'm just gonna copy this, put this in here. We're almost done. This is literally going to complete the documentation, so it's kind of cool. Also why I'm rushing it at this point, because there's so many pages here. I had to write all these. View segmentation, JSON CSV, label your data, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Yeah, so let's just open one of these, the example. Yeah, and it's nice to use polygons too. How should I do this? Yeah, let's do this. So add that. Actually, maybe I'll bring that out too. Yeah, because I just want people to see everything that's available. I'll also tell them like, you know, use the thing at the top. Let's move that there. You can use the timeline at the top to go to different frames of the video. Regions will automatically interpolate between frames. You know what else I'd like? I just realized I'd like a README at the top of this. Or, not a README, a GIF. Gotta get that GIF. Let's go ahead and do that. Get a link to the GIF here, copy that. See if that works if I paste it. Sometimes it doesn't work if you paste a GIF. Yeah. So we'll copy image address. Next best thing. How do I put an image? Let's see. Image. Can I do that? It's not going to let me do a link. Okay, so let's try this. We'll save this. They'll save as a GIF. And then we'll try uploading it. Or maybe just drag and drop. See if that works. Oh. There we go. Okay, I'm just going to leave that image as is. It's not really, it's kind of, I think people understand. Some of the interfaces, some of the data sets, or dataset types available with the UDT. Okay. So we got video segment. Let's save and merge. Commit these in. So the only thing left is data entry. I wasn't gonna finish this, but I might as well. How long am I into the stream here? Let's see. I don't even think it's been 20 minutes. I've never used this YouTube platform before, so I really don't know. Playbacks. I don't know if it's gonna tell me. Let me see, does it say below? Oh yeah, we're exactly 20 minutes in. Do any type of data entry with the universal data tool. Got to get that SEO. Set up the data set. Okay. So this will be the last one we do, and then we'll move on to the plugin architecture. So got data entry. It's kind of a bad type to showcase, I think. So let's do drop down autocomplete, and then I'll just do that. So that's a pretty good screenshot, I think. Oh, I should add a title here. So we'll say data entry example. Yep, looks good. Take a screenshot of this. Oops, come on. And then I'm also going to add just a screenshot of this box so that people see all the different things they can add. Can add a variety of different data, what do you call this? Inputs. Any of, by clicking the add input button. Say that. Input types available when you click add input. Okay. And then we will give the same kind of slow entry as this one. Just to make it, fully comprehensive. So I might regret having so much repetitive stuff in this, but right now I think it's good. Set up data. Yep. Image segmentation. We're going to change that to data entry. Data entry. Oops, come on. Oh, I can't believe these docs are about to be done. Super exciting. Import data. Let's see. How do you import data entry data? I think you can do file URLs. You could probably do a lot of these actually. So I'm going to go over to image segmentation. Copy these. Because all of those will work. Because any image type will work. You can use virtually any method of importing for data entry data sets. A list of common import methods. Import Cocoa is probably not common in this case. Import from Google Drive, maybe. I think I'll just change the positioning of this one because I don't think this one's going to be as common. It should be directory. Directory. So that typo may be an image segmentation. I'm not sure. Enable data with friends because people are going to want to know what this looks like. So I will add one other input type just to make this a little more interesting. And then we'll maybe I'll just say, yeah, because that gives a good sense of what this is all about. Although this is the oldest interface, it's so old. Okay. Oh, you never know how long it's gonna take to paste. Just gotta wait. I don't think it worked. Let's go again. There we go. Oh, maybe not. There it is. Okay. I might be really lazy and not add too much information here. Example data entry sample. Okay. Export and use. I'm going to be maybe too lazy on this one. I'm going to have to come back and make these better. Or I could just do it right the first time. But nobody really uses data entry, so it shouldn't be too big of a deal. Yeah, we don't even really have a good example. Each JSON sample looks like the following. Just paste that in. Should probably make it known that the type of this is JavaScript. Oh, come on. Oh my gosh. Really? Okay, I'm gonna copy it out. Manually set JavaScript. And we'll paste it. It's a little easier. All right. PDF URL. Annotation, just make that proper JSON. Other sample data. Or image URL, document, etc. See the full JSON specification for how the data entry JSON is formatted. The CSV format can also be used. You can use either JSON or CSV to export the data entry type. See full JSON specification. We'll give a quick link. I like to make them fully descriptive as well, so we'll say the full data entry JSON specification. And give a link to this page, and we are done. Wow. Whew. Okay. So now we can start on the actual thing that this is about, which is the plugin architecture. So there's going to be some planning involved, going to be some thinking, but I think I can probably get to the bottom of it. Let's see. Close this. All right. What do we got? So it'd be a good idea to start with maybe like a plugin that we want to build and then kind of think through that use case and see if we can come up with an architecture that makes sense for the use case. So this is kind of tricky. I don't even know what interface to do. The other thing we could do is convert an existing interface over. So for example, import toy data set, we could convert that into a community plugin. It's not a bad idea. Import from Google Drive would be really difficult to convert into a community plugin because of the permissions involved. So not that one. Import YouTube URLs, that's a good candidate. Although I think that might have similar issues, I'm not sure. Oh, that's actually desktop only, so yeah, there's a whole thing there. I think what I'll do while I'm thinking about this is maybe just create a GitHub repository that will sort of act as the placeholder plugin. I don't even know where to. Maybe I'll universal data dash tool. Maybe I'll create a README at the top. But we've got a lot of branches we probably don't need. We might have a new issue too. Okay. Yeah, the other thing we could do is on-premise like Docker stuff, which a lot of people want. A lot of people want Docker stuff. Okay, let's create a new file. We'll call it creating plugins.md. Yeah, so I'm thinking there are different types of plugins. So, you know what? This screen is very hard to read. So I'm going to adjust the settings in the stream to make it so that this is a little bit easier to read. Even though I think if anybody's watching the video after, nobody's going to watch it after. Okay. So switch to 720p. Oh, I fuzzed my webcam. I actually do not know how to fix that, so I will just be purple. Yeah, I have no idea how to fix that. Okay. This still looks like not the right size. Actually, yeah, I think I broke the screen. Let's see. Let's go over here, back over here. Make that a little bigger. Okay. So now this should be more visible. Cool. All right, creating plugins. So let's go ahead and spec this out. I'm going to create this to a new branch, plugin architecture. Let's see what we can do. All right, so creating plugins. There are several. Let's see. So there's a couple things you could want to do. So one is within samples, you have this kind of import thing, and you also have this transform thing. So I can see people wanting to create ways to import samples as well as ways to transform samples. The other thing I could see is people wanting to create interfaces. And if you want to create an interface, then you have kind of like a configuration page that you would want to do. And I guess that's it. So you would have the name of it, you would have a configure page, and then you would, of course, have the actual thing where you're labeling. So what shows up when you're actually looking at a sample and you want to label it. Let's just write that down. You could want to create a plugin for many reasons. You want to create a new way to import data. Create a new way to import data. Create a new way to transform samples. Let's just say create a way. To label data, or I just remembered another one, but this one is going to be the most difficult, and so we might not do it. But there's also authentication methods. So create a new way to authenticate with a third party with, well, I'll just say a service. creating a new way to import data. So if somebody is creating a new way to import data, basically what they're doing is adding on the samples page a new import button. And we want to give them a way to be able to define this. And we also want to make it discoverable. So I'll add a section at the bottom. So there'll be a bunch of stuff here. What I'll do is, you know what I'll do? I'll copy each of these into headers. So this is like kind of the overview. We'll do each of these as headers. Okay, discoverability. Maybe I'll just add a couple details to these while we're at it. So this will add a button and dialog to samples import, which will allow you to import data. You can customize the dialog to allow the user to import whatever source they want. Create a way to import samples. Okay, so this will, or transform samples. This will add a way samples transform to transform samples. Create a way to label data. All right, so this will create a new interface button under setup data types. I'll say, or a new data type. A new configuration page in setup configure, and a new way to view samples in the label page. Create a new way to authenticate with service. This will add a new authentication method on the home page of the Universal Data Tool. After the user configures the authentication method, it will be saved, and the authentication can be used to access samples, import data, etc. Okay. Kind of want to save that, but I'll do discoverability first. So I think I'd like to automatically scan either GitHub or NPM, maybe NPM, for samples. So I'll have to see how that's possible. So we'll have to check that. So NPM, give a link to the old npmjs.org, is automatically scanned for packages that start with UDT dot. So a package like UDT dash transform delete samples, I don't know, would be automatically discovered and available under the I'll say if the package is valid it will be automatically available under the community plugins for each in various locations in the Universal Data Tool. I'll say the appropriate locations. In the appropriate locations in the Universal Data Tool. So basically what we'll do is, so I will commit this now. Ooh, propose. Why did it say propose? I just want it to be on that branch. Plugin architecture. Yeah. And then we can keep editing it, creating plugins. Okay. Yeah, I can link these to the appropriate part of the section because this file is probably going to get pretty long. Unless I turn it into a separate. Yeah, I probably could have done this on the docs page. I didn't even think about that. I'll do it in the markdown for now. Okay. So let's go ahead and create an example. UDT transform delete samples. Okay. An example UDT plugin that deletes all the user's samples. Okay, we'll make it public. Yeah, let's go ahead and do all the defaults. We'll say it's give it a JavaScript template npm. Ooh. Huh? JavaScript. How do you not have JavaScript? Node? What? Why doesn't it have JavaScript? I guess that's fine. Choose a license. MIT. All right, so now we have to figure out the structure of this, what we're gonna do, kind of plan this as we go. So to do that, I'm gonna clone this, hop in, UDT transform, delete samples, and now I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. Yeah, and then we'll work on the discover. Oh, actually, we'll test discoverability, and then we'll also, yeah, we'll plan out what the architecture should look like. Oh, almost. Gotta get water. Okay, let's get to it. Can't believe how purple I am. It's madness. It's just my webcam not working properly. All right. So, we've got this kind of like 4 types here. I think you could do multiple if you wanted in a single in a single plugin package. So we'll have to think how to make that possible. Also, how the UDT will import it. It's quite a lot to think about, but starting first, let's figure out if we can do npm discovery. So npm API. Query npm registry. Luckily, the cached version read a list of all n-own packages. npm search. I want UDT dash. Wow, that is a super fast search. UDT. But when I do a dash, it doesn't work. It doesn't like dash. Keywords. UDT. I wonder what this is, because this is talking about UDT. It might be like UD. Oh, it's a typo. I think they mean UDP. Anyway. No, I guess it's a thing. UDP based data transfer protocol. All right. Sure. Okay. Well, this doesn't quite work because it doesn't pick up the dash. Although we could get everything with UDT in it, and just kind of like look at the packages from there. I don't know if I'm allowed to use this API either. Does this have a terms of service? Node source? Scoring criteria. This is weird. All right, let's go back to that Stack Overflow entry. See if it has any more information for me. Oh my gosh, did I lose it? I guess probably I never closed it, and I just lost it among these two tabs. No, I apparently lost it. All right. So, npm API. All right, let's figure out what this package is. Base class for retrieving data from the npm registry. Well, that looks good. Save npm API. Okay. View by user. How do I do a search? This is the weirdest API I've ever seen. Create an instance of repo to work with. Base model, store, maintainer, repos. Get the repos owned by this user. Okay. I need to search. Oh boy. Let's see. There's a really good npm query site which I've been using for years. Okay. It's a neat API. Okay. What a world. What a world. Where this super popular package has this crazy API. All right. Search. Perform a search query. Empower the JavaScript community, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Okay. It's got popularity scores. I like this. Yeah, let me give you some stars and some follows and stuff like that. There you go. Okay, so let's perform a search query. Okay, this is actually super clean. I will also give that person an upvote. Although it could be better if they told you, look, you don't have to use this kind of service. Whoops. Okay. Make that a little bigger. Give me something. See if we can make that a little prettier by putting it into JQ. I think my JQ installation is broken, which I'm a little upset about. Maybe I can fix that really quickly. Let's find out. Yeah, something's messed up with JQ, which is upsetting because that would be the best way to view this. But for now, what can I do as an alternative? Do I really have to get JQ working right now? That's unfortunate. Ooh. Now, you know what I'll do? I will put it in my clipboard. Xclip? I don't have Xclip. I don't know why I didn't have Xclip. Cell clipboard. So that should throw it into my clipboard. I can go to JSON Editor Online. Paste it in here. Oh, I just totally botched the copy command and lost it. Oh, I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay. Oh my gosh, clean it up. It's saying there's an error, I think. There we go. Okay. Okay, so it's giving me some results. Package, name, version. Wow. Yeah, okay. It's pretty good. Gives you these popularity results too, which I can use. I like that. Okay, so let's see if it works for UDT dash. Okay. Paste that in here. Oh, I might not have pasted it right. Let's find out. Name, HTTP. Yeah, that doesn't... Oh, no, it's got... in its tags, it's got UDT, so I think it did work. But we got a bunch of stuff we don't want. So if I go to results, package, we've got HTTP with a keyword of UDT, which is, I guess, a protocol. So we want, I think, an exact keyword match. Oh, but then we got UDT to PNG, so that's cool. So that's a real library. Glad we have that. Okay. So, we can boost exact. Boost exact equals true. See if that makes it better. Invalid parameter. Boost exact is not allowed. Ah. Oh, it wants me to put it as part of the query. Oh, okay. Sure. So what do? I put a plus, boost exact. True. I don't know if this minus is going through properly. Do I have to escape the minus? Gave me nothing. Still nothing. Okay. Not deprecated. Not insecure. Maybe I'm just using this wrong. Boost exact true. I think I was just using it wrong. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. But it's still returning this. So let's do Just throw in our minus. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So the exacts are boosted. So we got UDT to PNG. Oh, wait a second. Wait, no, I'm still getting HTTP. So we could use this as an initial filter and then just filter it down more. I feel like it's just because of how this dash is being written. Because it's like an Elasticsearch syntax inside of a JSON query syntax, which I am not familiar with at all. I wonder why this one is scoring so poorly too. Super poor scoring. Score effect. I could just say has UDT in the name. Maybe it doesn't need the dash. Hmm. Ooh. Ugh. All right. Ugh. Ugh. Big yawn. Okay. Hmm. I do not know if the dash is having an effect. You know what I'm gonna do? Exact search. UDT dash 2 dash PNG. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, I think it is getting the dash then. So for some reason, it's just not scoring well. Despite having the dash. So whatever. It's probably because it's not, you're talking about popular libraries versus not popular libraries. Whatever that HTTP library is probably much more popular, and it has UDT as a keyword. So that's what will happen. But we can still work around that. So let's do this. Trying to think. So maybe before we build the transform, do we want to build the discovery tool? The discovery API. Maybe a little bit of both at the same time. So I'm gonna jump over. Whoops. I'm gonna jump over here. We'll do UDT plugin discovery. T plugin. Yeah, that's fine. And we'll set this up. Throw in our README. Our package JSON. We'll probably do this we'll probably do this as a web Vercel project. We'll have it scan and return everything that's a potential plugin. That'll be really easy to do, actually. So, especially since we have this nice npms.io. So whoever did that, very cool. Very good job. Every Vercel endpoint looks the same. It's got like a res object. I'm actually going to delete this package JSON. I always forget this. I always create it, but it's way easier to just do yarn init -y and then come in here and just change anything that doesn't look right, but that looks pretty good. I'm going to preemptively deploy this. Link to existing project, no. Yes. Here. Okay. No. Okay. And then we'll add some dependencies that we need as soon as this is done building. Might be able to do it now. Nah, I don't want to try to remember the version numbers. We'll write the README, because that's a very important part of any project. UDT plugins. This provides a simple API for discovering npm packages that are valid UDT plugins. It is used. I'll just say it is used inside the Universal Data Tool to get plugins. Okay. Well, we'll add that micro dependency. And because micro is what we will use to send responses, I'll do VC dev, which will open. No, it won't open anything. It'll give us this, so we can go to the API and try to get that to work. Might want to actually make it do something. Send a 200 response. Hello world. So that'll be our simple server. Oops. First request failed because I didn't send a response. So we'll do a second. There we go. And now we want this to query that service. So I hate it when I do this, but I should start a tmux. Hate it when I forget to do that. And then we'll add a Bent, which is a very easy to use HTTP request library. So I'll require Bent in here. And then we'll say get JSON equals Bent JSON. And that'll give us a really easy method to call out to get some JSON. And we're going to call to that URL that we curled earlier. So that's the URL. Paste that in there. Gonna minimize that. Okay. And that's the query. We don't actually need to modify that query. So results. One thing I want to know is, does it limit my results? Like, should I query multiple times? Size. Total number of results, max of 250. Yeah. Well, we're probably not going to have 250 packages for a while, so I won't worry about it. I'll say to do support more than 250 matching entries. But we're not going to have that problem for a little while. Put a little link in there. Okay. And then we could just... actually, we can directly return these results and take a look at them. So now we're doing that same curl request, but via an API. Okay. We can see there's an object in there called results, which is a little bit easier to look at. That's fine for now. Okay. So now we have each package. So I might rename results to packages. And then we'll go through each package and we'll make sure it's actually a valid UDT plugin. So to be a valid UDT plugin, I believe I am looking at the... Let's see, do we have license information? No license information. We might need to do an extra query just to get the package JSON and make sure that everything in there is good. But yeah, this doesn't give us that much information other than the name. What I'd really like to know is is it for transforms or whatever? Because that would really reduce the scope of what we need to request. And something in the package JSON that indicates that it's a valid UDT plugin. But I think what we're going to have to do is use the mget to get multiple package JSONs. Yeah. Multiple get, and then you just provided this JSON array. Yeah, not much we can do about that. So we'll do an initial filter just to make sure the names are right. And then once we have all of those, we can... Oh, actually, this looks like an analysis. This doesn't look like it's actually giving me the data for the package. Well, I don't like that. I was hoping for the package info. So, well, that definitely makes it a little bit difficult. So there's these version things I can use. It does have keywords in it, so I could force people to use certain keywords to make their thing show up in the community packages. It's not a bad idea. Yeah. Yeah, let's use keywords. Okay. So we will do a... Then what do I want to return? Yeah, I think I'll do that. And then in our request, we'll use, I think it's micro query. So we'll allow the user to ask for a certain type of plugin. The module doesn't have a lot of downloads, so I'm going to look for query string parser, npm. I think there's a popular one called QS. Yeah. Why play it risky? There's no reason to. So I'll say... The other thing I could do if I wanted to be a little clever is... I guess I could say /API/transform or whatever, but nah, I guess that's fine. Okay. So what do we want the query parameter to be? Usage. I think we'll put this on pluginapi.universaldatatool.com. So say get https plugin api.universaldatatool.com / API. And then what we'll do returns all. We'll say we'll require this query string parameter, and we'll say maybe type. Although I don't know if we care. We could probably just load them all. Yeah, you know what? Let's just load them all. Oh. I'll say get all UDT plugins. And we will return what should this return? Say plugins, plugins. Name. Plugin dot, or let's say UDT transform remove samples. We can do descriptions, so we'll copy over their descriptions. Version. And what else do we want? What else? What else? Yeah, that's pretty good. Oh, type, maybe. And we'll do keywords. Because if you can really have multiple types, then like, yeah. All right, looks good to me. Yeah, we'll eventually probably do something like stable only, or verified, something like that, so that people aren't, if somebody uploads a malicious thing, we're not dealing with that. Anyway, let's use query. Oh, we don't need query string anymore. I'm gonna comment it out there because I feel like we will want it in the future. And the results object is basically good, I think. It's got all the things we need, so we can just send the results. So yeah, that was oh, we want to filter the packages though. So I'll say this, and I'll say packages equals packages.filter. And I think I got a name in here earlier. I gotta remove some of these tabs. There's too many tabs. I want to keep that. Okay. What was the other one I closed? Is this important? Yeah, we're gonna be digging into that one. So I will pin these so that we can use them later. We'll not pin that one. I won't need this for very long. So if p.name, if not p.name.starts with udt dash, return false. Actually clean that up a little bit. Yeah, all right. Otherwise return true. There are probably other things we want to do, like scan the keywords, but I'm not going to worry about that yet. So, oh, an error. What did I do wrong? It's pretty simple. Starts with of undefined. Is there not a name? Was I foolish? I thought I had a name. Oh, dot package. And then I guess we're going to want to map each of these to its package before we send it on. Maybe what I'll do is just extend this and add the popularity in, because we can use that as a filter later. So I'll say popularity equals p dot score dot detail dot popularity. Although it gives a lot of scores, so. Okay, and yep, so now it's just returning the things that start with UDT. UDT label me converter. Okay. All right, so that looks good. Let's call that done and get this deployed to the appropriate place. So if I go to my Vercel, I got UDT plugin discovery. Oh, I need to deploy this. So I'll deploy it. And then domains. We're going to give it plugin discovery.universaldatatool.com. Okay. And it's going to need a CNAME, which I can do from Cloudflare. So we'll pull that. Hop over to Cloudflare. Give it that CNAME address. Get ready for birthday week. I could use udt.dev if I wanted. Okay, so let's see. We want this here, and then, oh no, I'm going too quick. Confusing myself. This should be a CNAME, plugin discovery. Then the target Vercel gave me as cname.verceldns.com. We do not need to proxy it. Save. Cool. So now, if we go to plugin discovery.universaldatatool.com/API. I think Vercel's taking its sweet time to get this domain up and running. Let's find out. It's generating the SSL cert. Nothing we can do. Takes time. But after it generates this SSL cert, we should be good to go. Oh, actually, that's the production URL. So you can't see this, but I need to run vc-prod. And that'll like basically instantly deploy it to the production URL. Yep. Okay, there it is. So now we have a URL where we can get all of the plugins we create. And so let's make a plugin and figure out what the architecture of the plugin should actually be. So udt dash transform delete samples. If we hop into here, I can open this up in Atom. And now we have to figure out the architecture. So, right, yarn init -y. That'll get us started. So that name should be picked up. Oh, what? Okay, so let's add keywords, right? So we're going to say it's a UDT transform. Now things get a little weird. Because how is this going to fit together? All right. So. Okay, so a transform kind of has a dialogue. And the dialogue can have various elements. There's some elements that I like. The progress bar, there's like a text element. Sometimes there's a table element. There's input fields, stuff like that. And I'd like to use the same thing that I use here, where, okay, you can also upload files, do text area, stuff like that. This one has like search options and stuff. So one option is we just have this inner part be a React component. And then we allow people to put actions down there. And that should be pretty good. People trying to match the style of the Universal Data Tool will probably be in some type of struggle forever, but I think it'll functionally work well most of the time. So it's probably the right way to go. Maybe I can have them allow a background color just in case, who knows how the how the colors are going to be a year from now or something. Somebody creates a plugin. So, yeah. Let's do it. We're not doing import right now, though. We're doing... transform. So, how do you structure it? How do you structure it so that we have each, so that you can make multiple, right? Like, you can't do just an index.js, and there might be a compilation phase needed. A lot of people, especially people who don't want to use React, that's another question. Should people be allowed to not use React? And then again, like, what if, like, desktop application considerations? What do you want to put in there? Luckily, the transforms are pretty simple, so we can look at some of the code for transforms by going into the UDT itself and see how complicated this gets. So in our source, components, should be a transform of some kind. Yeah, there we go. So this is the transform image samples into segments dialog. And these dialogues usually have pretty short code. So you can see it's using the simple dialog element. And yeah, it's just kind of one component. I think this is the easiest way to do it. And some of these elements, like the simple dialog, you can even import from the Universal Data Tool itself. And then people would be able to create React-based elements very, very quickly. But can I make it simpler? How can I make it so easy to create plugins? Like, you could even have it so people just really provide HTML. And we just kind of display the HTML in there. And then the Universal Data Tool can manage the progress bar and stuff like that. To me, that seems like a good architecture. Got some text fields. How do you make that usable as a plugin? Even if I wanted to just, like, I could create an npm module like UDT plugin and just have them be able to import the simple dialog and stuff like that. Even if I did something like that, I don't know how you would use it, like how the UDT would be able to dynamically import that and then use it. Yeah, it's one of the things I was dreading with this plugin architecture is it's very, very complicated to dynamically import JavaScript for a UI component in a web page. Although I think people are working on like stuff for this, like technology for micro elements or microservice elements. But how do you do it for a plugin? Let's see, dynamically execute JavaScript for a plugin on a page. See if anybody's done any work on this. Okay, that's jQuery. Yeah, one way to do it is just you throw things on the window. So you load them as scripts and it throws things on the window. So when you import it, it's going to throw things on the window that will like make it work. And so the execution of the script, yeah, that could work. So you would have something. Jeez, I don't know what to do. Maybe we could have another module, and what it does is compiles the UDT plugins, and it's like Create React App, because Create React App has a great CLI. My only thought is that might be a ton of work, so, and I really don't know how it would work. Compiles the transform. That would also make testing it really easy, because somebody could do like, the equivalent of Create React App initialize or whatever. They could do the same with like UDT plugin in it, and that would be really great. So let's pretend that script exists. So you'd have something like scripts. I put this off for so long. Because it's very complicated to to do a plugin architecture, and I'm really worried that it'll be tricky. So we could say start, and that would do UDT plugin start, right? And then you could do, well, that would be it. That'd be it. And then theoretically, you could have like a udt.plugin.config. You could say plugin config.js. This is the first file loaded. File loaded and defines what things your plugin can do. So we could say module.exports equals transform. Yeah. Okay, so we could do transforms and then name, remove, delete, delete all samples. And then dialog component could give a link to a component. So like source/delete all samples dialog.js. Delete all samples dialog, or source/delete all samples dialog.js. Okay. The contents of that, I have no idea. Okay, and then we could have transforms, imports. Let's say transform plugins, import plugins. What else? What else did I say? Interface plugins. Authentication plugins. Okay. There's a bunch of different types of plugins. Okay. Delete all samples, dialog component. That seems pretty good to me. Source, delete all samples, dialog. Now, how is this guy going to import anything? So we've got this package, UDT plugin, in theory. So we'll say dependencies. This is all just mock because we don't know. UDT plugin 00001. And I guess he could import stuff from the UDT plugin. So we'd say simple dialog from UDT plugin. So the transpilation gets really weird though, because how is this going to be transpiled such that UDT plugin can be, for example, pulled in from the window and not somewhere else? So there might need to be some Webpack trickery. I'm not sure. We might not be able to really leverage Create React App, which would be unfortunate because that is a very nice thing to be able to leverage. Because basically we want this UDT plugin thing to come in from the window. It's also possible that this would work in a browser directly somehow, but I don't understand the black magic of imports on a desktop browser, or on a browser. I don't understand how the import structure works. It's like fairly confusing, especially for people who started with module.exports. Yeah, like I'm not sure how this would work. I'm like switching between the import style and the module.export style, which is I think CommonJS and ES6 style. So I'm not sure if it'll work. well, I know we can do this. Simple dialogue. Yeah. Is there another way to do this that's simpler? Also, probably a way to do it that isn't super specific to React, which would be good. Yeah, I think there probably is a way to do this. I could create UDT plugin dash React. Whoops. That would just know to pull components from the window, but it would be separate from UDT plugin. Then the question would be how. You know what I should look at? Atom.io. How do Atom.io plugins work? Plugin introduction. Because if we can figure out if that makes a lot of sense, maybe we can just steal that architecture. I'm sure they thought about it longer than I did. Okay. Generate starter code. Package generator generate package. Wow. The cool thing about that is like when you generate a package, like all of a sudden you are now. Wow, that's insane. That's how easy it is, because you're actually editing it in your editor, so like there really is no other step. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, that's hard to beat. Well, you have to reload Atom. It's a little bit of a pain in the butt to be able to run your extension. Okay. You know, I actually hate this API. Like, you have to call some huge object. Subscriptions. Yeah, I don't know. It's probably a really good API for how much flexibility you have with Atom, but I'm not trying to give people that much flexibility. Like, I'm already dividing it into like 4 distinct places that you can put things. So yeah, I don't think we need that much flexibility. What I could do is just make this a function that's like transpilation is going to be so weird. I can't stop thinking about it. But we'll get to the bottom of it. So let's look at the non-React scenario for a second. Let's say render component. What else do we want to put in here? So they can render the component. Say dataset, and then I'll have a function change dataset. They'll basically do it, right? So, oh wait, sorry. So render component is something you would probably return. Render component. Maybe what I could do, since this is a JS file, I could have render dialog as a function. Source slash render dialog, right? And that makes that a little bit easier. Render dialog. So that function would render stuff into the dialog. The question is, how do you capture, what do you do with those click events and stuff? So I think what we can do is just pass in the dialog and the change dialog into here and have however it renders figure that out. So it'll also take an element. And basically what we want to do is something like this, where we say, like, if I was doing it without React at all, I would say button. Yeah, you know what else? Sometimes... This is so tricky. So you might want to change the element. You might also want to add actions. So this guy can return... I guess it can also return... Right? Because this dialog... has actions you can do. You know what we'll do? We'll add a little API for changing actions. But like even... that one doesn't have it. This one has it. So convert image samples into segments. And then sometimes this goes through multiple phases. So like for remove invalid samples, you first do a phase where you find the invalid samples. For some reason this didn't disappear. And then you go through a next phase that is remove invalid samples. So it's like a 2-phase process. So we want to be able to do that. If I go over here, do actions. Let's see. Just checking on the stream. Okay, looks good. So we could have add action be something in here. Remove action, etc. So that'll give full flexibility, I think. Yeah. So now we could say, go back to what I was doing before. Oh, I knew the stream was breaking. Hold on. Well, let's see. I want to be able to see my chat if anybody shows up. Oh, geez, YouTube. So broken. Oh my gosh. Come on. There we go. Nice. Okay. Very cool. All right. Inner HTML equals, do this, trim some stuff, div /div. What am I doing? We would want, for remove all samples, what we would want to do, we don't even really need to change the element. You know what I'll do? I'll put instructions to the element. Click the delete all samples button to delete all of your samples. One thing that's going to be tricky is I don't know how you could render this and incorporate the functions that are being called. So yeah, I think the React use case is going to make a lot of sense and the other ones won't as much. It's also going to be unfortunate if people are reloading Material UI. I think that's going to happen a lot. So I can probably build something to do that after this is all done, where you have access to all the UDT's components through an NPM module that recognizes that it can pull in those components. Otherwise, that would be really hard to do. And that probably makes no sense, but it's just, this is all like plumbing and weird architecture stuff. So, you know, plugin architectures are so messy. Like it seems there's nothing you can do about it. But what can you do? Okay. So, let's add an action. So we'll say name, delete all samples, on click. I wrote dialogue. I meant dataset. I don't have as many brain cells when I'm on a stream. Like, they're not all there. Change dataset. And we will say, I don't know if we want to do, I'll say change in dataset. So this is like a little bit of a cleaner, or maybe I'll say set in dataset. You don't want to change the whole thing because, especially in a collaborative session, that leads to problems. So say dataset, samples, we'll set it to an empty array. And that's it. We'll say on success. All samples deleted. Okay, so that is our first theoretical community plugin. I think this might work. It's very simple. Yeah, you know, this isn't bad. This is better than I thought we might get to. So the next step is having this UDT plugin thing actually build this. The UDT plugin start actually creating a development environment for it. Possibly building it as well. You probably want to build it. Although I'm not 100% sure about that, but let's put it in here anyway. Build UDT plugin build. Okay. And what that'll do is compile that render dialog in this plugin config into a file that can be loaded into the universal data tool easily. Which I think should be pretty easy to do. Yes, I'm trying to think of the easiest way to get this done, because I want to be able to test this, but it's kind of hard to. Yeah, we'll have to initialize this project and figure it out. But before we do that, I'm gonna delete this tmux session, delete this one too. Don't need it. Let's just commit everything we have here. Looks good. Initial plugin. Initial plugin with example or test API. With test not finished API. Okay. Okay, so that should work. You know, we can also probably publish this, but I don't think it's gonna work, so I don't know if it's worth it. But I'll do it. Because why not? No, we might want the build step before we publish it. And yeah, because I think if we publish this, what it would do is give us this UDT plugin file that we could kind of import. But it's not totally clear to me if this require would even work. So maybe we can boot up Observable HQ and try that. All right, so I will publish. We'll do it. While that's going on, another bathroom break. Be right back. right. Let's do it. Oh, a lot of this stuff was happening in a not visible terminal. That's a shame. Oh well. What can you do? All right. So UDT transform delete samples. Got this here. We're gonna mess around in observable HQ and see if we can import this stuff. Maybe I can. I think I can do this in a personal one. Yeah. Okay. I have a premium account through WayAI, so I figured I might use it, but this is easier to do. Okay, so test loading of npm modules inside of web browser. Okay. So import. I guess. We should find the unpackage URL to this before we do anything. Yeah, so it's like this kind of structure. I don't know if it has a search. I don't know if it has a search. Let's try it. Import. Okay, so package. We're going to do UDT transform, delete samples. Version 1.0.0. File, plugin, config.js. Unexpected token. How to use ES6 import in browser. Let's figure this out. Looks like you have to do very special things, including script type module. But how do I do that? How do I do that if I'm not in a module? Dynamic import? I don't know. Maybe there's an import method that Oh, there we go. All right, let's try it. I don't know if something else is defining that, though. Okay, failed to dynamically fetch. We should probably figure out if this is a real URL first. Oh, wow, that actually works. Maybe if we throw the HTTPS on. Module is not defined. Oh, because of the module.exports. It'd be cool if I didn't have to compile things, but it's not that big of a deal to have to compile things either. But I think I could get away without doing it, which might be nice. Might also make it possible for sort of the UDT to run locally in a development environment with this plugin going. Let's see. I think I just need to change it to exports. I'm like uncomfortable doing this because I know it doesn't work in Node.js. Without a lot of trickery anyway. And then it also makes this other import kind of weird because now I have to do this. And who knows if that'll work. You gotta do this. Export default. Oop. Okay. Set to version 0.1, and then we will npm publish this. Okay. And stop over here. Change this to 0.1. Try to do it again. Failed to dynamically fetch. I think that might be because it's not up to date yet. Just gonna take a minute. Gives me a break. Whew. How far are we in? We are 1 hour 50 minutes in. I got no chats. Maybe I should message the Slack. Be like, hey guys, if anybody wants to chat. Yeah. If anyone wants to chat, I'm gonna be doing some live stream UT development on YouTube for an hour or so. And then I will link it up. How do I link it up? Stream marker share. Let's do share. What happens when I share this? This is gonna get real inception-y in a second. Stream marker share. Let's do share. What happens when I share this? This is gonna get real inception-y in a second. Stream marker share. Let's do share. Okay. So that's the link. Send that to our good friends over at the UDT Slack. All right. See if anyone joins. Can't back out now. And this finally showed up. Nice. Okay, so let's see. All right, so that's the link. It's another link. All right. Can we load this? Failed to fetch dynamically imported module. Why though? Why have you failed? So if somebody just joined, because I see I have 2 viewers now, what we're doing is building a plugin architecture for the Universal Data Tool. So the idea is if you basically, I want it so that anybody can create new like items in the import page, new items in the transform page, and basically if you just publish a package to npm, we'll just pick it up and put it under a community packages session. And so I've already built the npm discovery. If somebody publishes something udt dash anything, we'll pick it up. But now we have to figure out how the plugins are exactly going to work, and then build the thing that actually creates the button and puts it into the Universal Data Tool. So that is what's going on. Unfortunately, this is kind of like a not super exciting part because I'm trying to figure out how to do browser style dynamic imports, because that would be a pretty cool feature to have if we were able to do that. So I have a JavaScript file defined like this with, ES6 style export default. It's basically it. But it's saying failed to fetch dynamically imported module. I'm wondering if it's like a cache issue because I did just publish. Oh, it was a cache issue. Okay, cool. So we have this module, and it surprisingly imported the right way. So that's that. The only thing that's a little bit weird is I see that the render dialog, which in our plugin config I just imported, this is actually a promise. So it says import source render dialog, and then over here you can see it's a promise. So we probably want to have that resolved most likely when this is imported. Yeah. So maybe we can do something like this. Is nice though. I've never worked with like the ES6 style thing, but I mean that makes sense. Dynamic import turns into a promise. If I resolve that promise, it'll just work out. But what I might do is make this an async function to load in the plugin config, and then I'll just put in a wait there, and that way the render dialog, when we actually bring that in, it'll be a function. So if I go back here, import again, I think, oh, I have to refresh. Yeah, it's just pulling from my browser cache, so stuff isn't necessarily going to work. Okay, so the default, I feel like this still loaded from my cache. I'm not 100% sure. Oh, I didn't republish that. Okay, so we're going to republish this as 1.0.2. Which will take a little while, so we can start working on the script that actually manages the development of this plugin. It looks like we will not need that build script after all, if assuming everything is cool with ES6. I don't know if we might be kind of dragging people into the future by making them do ES6 modules, which is like pretty uncommon. Most people still transpile, but yeah, but people are definitely going to want an easy way to develop. So we'll probably want to create that UDT plugin thing module, like React scripts, but you know, easier to do. And if you're just coming in, feel free to chat. So I am looking at the YouTube chat. It's on my other monitor. UDT plugin, create a directory UDT plugin. We'll initialize this. This is just while we're waiting for the other thing. So that should get us started. Looks good. UDT plugin. This is going to have a bin directory. Inside that bin directory, we established. We'll say UDT plugin.js. We have to give this the execution environment, which I like always forget, but I think it's something like that. And that works across every environment. And yeah, and then I guess I'll start getting this ready to be a command line module. The thing that everybody seems to use is this module called Yargs for doing command line programs. And Yargs is like really nice, and interestingly, it's pirate themed. So like all the documentation is kind of written in this weird voice. Like, let me see if I can find anything that's pretty representative. I don't know, Yargs examples. Don't walk the plank just yet. There be more. You can do short options. Oh, there it is. User bin env node. So I think I got it. Yeah, and it helps you out. And that's the usage too, which I will need. We'll throw that in my bin/UDT plugin. Paste. And I like to shorten it to the ES6 destructuring syntax. So I usually shorten it like that. File is a CommonJS module, and it may be file is a CommonJS module. It may be converted to an ES6 module. I don't know what that's about. I don't really know what that linter is about. It's new. Okay, let's see if we can import 1.0.2. Yes, it worked. So now I can say default, call that, and that'll be our module. So we'll call that, I guess, plugin. Default is not a function. Okay, maybe I'm dumb. What? I'll say loaded module. Okay. So loaded module definitely has a dot default. So loaded module dot default. It's an async function. Call it. I don't know. Maybe something was weird with my syntax or something. I don't know. Okay, and then we have the whole thing and okay, so this is a little weird because this is a module with a function. I think I can deal with that. I was expecting that to be a function. And I still kind of wish it was a function. How can I... So, when you do async imports, like, how do those work? Do they always have to be promises? Async import not promise? Do dynamic imports have to be promises? Top level await ES6. I'm also wondering if that works because then we can just do top level await. Yeah, I think that for modules you can do the top level await. So maybe what I'll do is make this even more ES6y. And I will export a function, and then I'll do a what I believe is a synchronous import by saying import render dialog from render from dot slash source slash render dialog. And then I'll put that up here. Yeah, that'll probably work. All right, so we've got our render dialog. Let's see if this actually does what I think it'll do by calling node on plugin config. Oh, come on. Why didn't that work? Plugin config.js. Cannot find module, blah, blah, blah. Oh, I'm in the wrong directory. Whoops. Node, plugin config. Explains a lot. Cannot use import outside of module. So how do I use, is it my node version? Let's say mvm use 14. Node, plugin config.js. One thing that's a bummer is a lot of things are still on node 12. Like I think AWS Lambda is still, oops, AWS Lambda node 14. When do they plan on getting that? Yeah, because that means that your plugins can't run as certain things, which is unfortunate. Yeah, and I mean, I think there still might be problems with Electron not working or whatever because we're loading everything as an ES6 module. It's probably going to cause a lot of annoyance for people. But either way, people were going to be annoyed. This creates a simpler packaging system, which I like. Wait, what might be even simpler is if I didn't require them to publish to NPM and just have it load from GitHub. And I would do that, like, same company anyway now, I think. Because did GitHub buy NPM? Who owns NPM? I feel like GitHub owns NPM, yeah. Anyway, it looks like AWS Lambda does not support Node 14 support. When will they have it? When will AWS Lambda support Node 14? Whoops. When did when did they support? So November 2019, they supported Node.js 12. Hmm. It says Node.js 12 is the latest LTS release of Node.js and will be supported until April 2022. I don't know. All right. Well, I'm going to build for the future and I might regret it. Can I use an import statement outside of a module? Am I using Node 14 now? I thought Node 14 it would like be cool with me. Can I use 15? How do I tell something's a module? Node.js 14 using modules. I think it has something to do with the package JSON. Whoa, too big. Type module. Okay. Easy enough. Yeah, they're so incompatible, the new spec and the old one, so that's why they have to do this. Can I find module? Render dialog. Imported from blah 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 blah. Did you mean to import dot dot slash source slash render dialog? No, I didn't. It's interesting that you said that though. Import dot slash source. I mean, based on the location of this file, that is correct. I don't know. Yeah. Um. Can I find module? Source render dialog. Maybe I have to put the JS extension on. Let's try that. Oh, it requires the JS extension. Who would have thunk? Okay. So now I can do node require dot slash plugin config. Require ESM. Must use import. Oh. Okay. What happened there? I think I always have to put .js on. That's what I've learned. Okay. So now it is giving me a promise. So if I do dot then console.log, maybe I'll be able to see what it actually is. Okay. Then you have default. Oh, whoops. Yeah. So after we have the module, we'll do module.default. And then we'll console.log that. Jeez. Promises make everything so easy. Okay. Yeah, that's what we expect. So I feel good about this. Everything seems to be working. Let's do the version dance again. Publish this new version. This is a good use case for the new ES6 module type because we are importing in a browser. So I think it'll be good, even if support is kind of lacking and maybe people on Microsoft Edge have problems or something. Although I think Edge is getting better support, and I actually heard the other day that Edge is available on Linux. Just kind of crazy. Did not expect that. This work? I just published that. How did it pick it up so quickly? That's crazy. Yeah, picked it up really quickly. Cool. And then we have render dialog as a function. So everything is as it should be. So then next step, let's go ahead and commit this. Whoops. Made ES6 compatible, published version 1.0.3. Push that up. So there's two things we could now do. One is we could work on the actual usage of these plugins in the Universal Data Tool, which would make a lot of sense, I think, to actually get this thing working in the Universal Data Tool. Then after that, we would want to work on, okay, how do people develop plugins? How can we make it, excuse me, very easy for people to develop plugins? I think I'm going to do the Universal Data Tool, so we'll jump into that. I'm going to close everything. Yeah, that'll come in handy, so I'm not going to close that. I want to remember how to do that. Workspace, OS, Universal Data Tool. Open up Atom. Let's get a tmux going so we can have multiple terminals. Start one. It'll open up the Universal Data Tool on the tab. All right. So now to figure out how to... So we can start with transforms. So on this transform page, we want to add a thing at the bottom that says community packages. Yeah. And we'll try to load in that community package dynamically. I think what I'll do is I'll create a component that, yeah, you know what? Let's open a storybook. I will pin this. Take up as little tab space as possible. Ooh, light just changed. Made me blue. I'm not in a blue room at all. I love the idea that people might think I'm streaming from a blue room. It's not blue at all. But my webcam is terrible. Okay. See, do we have a transform dialog in here? That would be very helpful if we did. Let's see if we can find one. Transform dialog, transform dialog. I do not see any. I have to click this and then exit out to make that go away. All right. I don't even think we have the transform page. There's nothing with transform. Maybe I should build that first. It'll be easier if I do. Okay. Components, new file, transform page, or there already is a transform page. Let's see. There should be. Transform page. Okay, so we're gonna create a story for this. Index.story.js is normally how we create those, and then I'll steal from the import page story all the code. Ooh, not all the code, too much code. Steal this part. Oops. This part. We'll paste that into the story, and we'll rename some of these. Transform page. I bet these I bet all of these are the same, so that should just work. If we're lucky. Let's find out. Transform page basic. Okay, it looks pretty good to me. So it's essentially just showing us the component that makes up all of those transforms. So what we can do is, what I want to do is create a button, and the type of button is a community It's like a community loaded button. And then we can use that for a bunch of different things. So I'll create a new component. Community. I'm debating whether to call it a community transform button, a community import button, or just a community button. Call it community transform button. So we'll focus. Import React from React. We should get a. Actually, no, this should be fine. Let's go to the transform page index. I'm curious how these buttons are created. Like, where are they styled, for example? Oh, they're styled right here. Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, because you kind of want to. I could also just do community dialogue. And that would, or I could say plugin dialogue would actually be a better name. Yeah, I'm going to change that. We will call you a, maybe I'll do plugin dialogue and plugin button. It's like a little bit easier. Okay. Plugin dialogue. Yes. Do these work when I press them? Cool, perfect. The styling isn't right. Something isn't loading in the styling. It should probably be fixed at some point, but right now, I do not care. Yeah. All right. So let's steal some stuff. Simple dialogue. Export defaults. So that's actually an import dialog. So I need like transform, remove invalid samples. That's a good one. Okay, so this is a simple dialog with stuff in it. So it's got open, unchanged dataset, unclosed, blah, blah, blah. All right, great. Perfect. Let's throw those in. And then the thing I'm going to add is module URL. Something I think maybe we wanted to add to that module we created earlier was like a link to the plugin config that is somewhat conventional. So it says main index.js. I think that should be plugin config.js. So we can publish a new version that says that. That seems more like what you would expect. Matches expectations. Specify main as plugin config.js. Okay, push it. Module URL seems good. Yeah. I'm thinking maybe I should just create a story for this plugin dialog, because there's going to be some very fancy logic in here. Do I have a fast way of initializing a story? I think I might. Yeah, look at that. All right. So this is a plugin dialog. And then for our module URL, we're going to use that URL over here, except I will change it to 1.04. Yeah, and then in theory, you don't need this, but I'll leave it there. Okay, I'll say open is true. on close equals on close. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Okay. So let's get some state management. So you actually have to load that ES6 module. So and also module is kind of like a, I'll say, ooh, come on. Ah. Okay, so plug in. Maybe plugin function. I don't know. Set plugin function. You also, when you do a plugin dialog, you do need to know the name ahead of time, I think. So if you know the module URL, you should also know the name. Ugh. One of the tricky things is I'm not sure when this should be loaded totally. We could load it when the dialog is opened, and then you go through the transform plugins, and you find the one that matches the name. So that's one way to do it. That seems okay to me. Might not be the cleanest way to do it, especially because I think plugins actually go through multiple phases. So plugins are installed, at which point the transform plugins are put in. So I shouldn't be doing the installation in here. That's what I was going to do. That's why I gave the module URL, because I was going to do the installation inside of here, but I do not know if that is the right way to do it anymore. Yeah, because you have to load the module to get the buttons that it makes available. Oh my gosh. So much yawning. Oh, exciting stuff. No, it's actually the time of day. 4:30. That's when you crash. Ready to go home. Crash on the couch. Okay. So we will not load it here, which I do not like. Where does it get loaded then? I guess it should be a global thing, because you load in the plugins and then you store them. You store the module URLs. I guess it should be in the app config. All the plugins that you want to use, just put them in the app config. The module URLs. Yeah, that's a good way to go about it. And then you load them within the transform page. Yeah. Could do it that way. Okay. So, just going to put emptiness here for a second while I figure this out. Okay, so module URL, no. Name, yes. And then we'll say render dialog. So basically, the contents of the props passed in are going to be the same as this. And then that would mean that this, yeah, I can't do this in the way I wanted to, which is unfortunate, but so I'm going to manually put in stuff for this one, and the transform page I think will load it. Either the transform page will load it, or it'll be maybe on the global sort of the global scope will have all of the plugins that have been loaded and their sources. Yeah, Okay. Delete all samples. And then render dialog. We're going to have that. We're going to copy over the function we wrote earlier. So in source render dialog, we wrote this function. So I'm going to copy over this function. I'm also going to move my face to the left. Whoops. Wrong box. There we go. So that my terminal and code is more visible. Okay. Oh. Copy. Paste. Oh, don't want to paste, huh? Having clipboard issues. Paste. There we go. Yeah, I'd also wanted to copy my linting lines. All right. So we'll call this the const render dialog function. Yeah. Okay. This might be better than testing the module loading and the sort of the usage at the same time. So we'll test it separately now. Okay. So render dialog, we'll set that equal to render dialog here. And I think that's pretty good. And now the struggle is let's see. Render dialog. Ooh. Ugh. 4:30. I haven't even been going that long. So I'm 2 hours, 30 minutes. It's not that long. I probably should just get some caffeine. Open, unchanged dataset, name, render dialog. All right, so render dialog is going to put together everything we need to get this thing done. In order for it to work, it needs to have a component inside the dialog. We'll need a ref to it because what we need to do is pull out that component and give it to the render dialog method. So essentially, whenever this opens, if not open, don't do anything. But if we are open, then we're going to call render dialog with our ref. Or maybe our current ref. We have to pass it in everything that it needs. So the element is also in on success. Whoops. On success. Which for now, we'll just have it close the dialog. We can add a title to this guy. What else does it need? Add action. We're not going to do anything with that yet. We will do something with it. It's not too hard to do stuff with it. Remove action. What else? Is that it? Remove action set in dataset. Okay, so we need to pass in the dataset, and we need to say set in dataset. I feel like I might have written this wrong here. Set in dataset, since you don't need this initial part, so that's just a bug. I wasn't thinking too hard at the time, but that is how to fix it. Okay. Fix set in dataset bug. wondering what this ref is. So we'll say ref equals use ref. If not, ref return. We probably don't need to. Well, yeah, we'll do it. Okay, and that should be it. So set in dataset is equivalent to if we really only have on change dataset, then set in dataset would be on change dataset. Oops, on change dataset, set in dataset, path value, path value. Okay. Set in comes from seamless immutable. And that'll make sure that it's efficiently setting the object for future renders. All right. That's that. So this should work in theory, I think. Got too many things going on. Let's see. I think those are the two apps. So we're running the storybook. There's a transform page somewhere. Oh, come on. We want the plugin dialog, actually, so that's fine. All right. Getting an error. This thing doesn't want to hide. There we go. Ooh, you will not go away. Do not show me the sidebar. Okay. Inner HTML of undefined. Let's log the ref. Figure out why the inner HTML isn't working. Ref current undefined. See if that fixes it. Oh, well, something came up. But I don't think it has the text in it that it's supposed to have. It's supposed to have some text in there. It might not be logging because it never successfully... Ref current is a div. That div has no inner HTML. It could be an issue with React conflicting with it. React is setting the contents of the div, and so it can't. It's one possible thing that could be happening. So we can log console.log elm and just make sure that we're getting that div. I did not see it, so let's refresh. I didn't see it. It might be because of how this is defined. Sometimes Storybook doesn't like to update stuff that's defined kind of in a globalish scope. So I can move this up here. See if that does it. Okay. Whoops. Let's refresh. Ref current div. All right. Got nothing. Says if it is not being called. I'm gonna reset the storybook just because I don't know why that would. I'm not totally sure that I did anything wrong. So plugin dialog, basic, go to our canvas, open up our dev tools. I see the ref. It's like render dialog isn't even being called, but it's called right there. Calling render dialog. Wow, I feel like I'm going crazy. Why isn't that showing up? I think this is one of those. So if I did current ref.current, or instead ref.current, I think this is one of those things where by the time I click it, it's truthy, but at the actual time, it's not. So it's like total pain to debug. Those ones are super confusing. Yeah, that was it. So ref.current is basically set after ref is set, and that's causing problems. React trigger re-render when ref is set. Oh. All right. This guy's saying use callback, which is a pretty good approach too. I'll do use state. And right here we do new ref, set ref, new ref. Now the only thing I don't know is this ref, does it have a dot current on it? I have a feeling it doesn't. Set ref is not defined. Inner HTML of undefined. Okay. I think that'll do it. There we go. So now we need to make this add action, remove action work. There's a couple ways to do that. Let's do this. So we'll do use state. We'll say actions, set actions equals use state. Over here, say actions equals actions. So for the knuckle crack. And add action, action, action. Actions equals actions dot filter. A not equal action. No, set actions to actions. And then similar thing going on here. We say can actually just do a dot push. So dot push action. Set action actions. But it didn't work. So why didn't it work? Add action, name, on click. I think instead of name, it should be text. So that could have something to do with it. Just do a quick test. See if I can get anything in there. Okay, so I got something in there. So, is this being called? I would assume so. Okay. It's being called with an object that looks like it's valid. Oh. I've got a lot of variable names in here. So I think I was confusing myself. So let's try that. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Okay, so that's how you would, and now this would work outside of a React environment if we wanted to. You can do whatever you want with the HTML in here. And the name can come from the plugin itself, where it defines it in the plugin config. So then what else is there? Now we need the transform page to dynamically load that plugin. But let's do a little checkpoint. So I'm going to fetch the plugin architecture branch. Check out plugin architecture. Okay, so we'll say git checkout origin / plugin architecture git checkout -b plugin architecture. Got a new branch. Whoops. We'll say git add commit. Whoops, git commit. Plugin dialog that supports module options or plugin dialog that can support a plugin render dialog function. This wasn't as hard as I thought it would be, honestly. This whole plugin architecture thing. Yeah. I see we have somebody in. If you're just joining, feel free to say hi. What we're doing is building a plugin architecture. So basically, like a kind of a joke initial one is delete all samples. This is published as an npm module. The UDT automatically discovers it, and then it's present in the UDT. So if we go to the app, or actually udt.dev is the new domain. We can jump in here and so on the import page, what we want is to be able to dynamically load these from npm modules. On the transform page, we want to, have people be able to just publish an npm module and just have it show up here. Obviously, there will be something that says this is a community package. You might not want to trust this code, but just make it really easy for people to create those plugins, and then people can click a button to trust it or something like that. So we'll have some kind of moderation. But yeah, just giving a way for the community to easily create plugins. The first one we're working on is this transform page, and we're doing a delete all samples button, which isn't here yet because we're still building the architecture for it. But after that, it would be really cool if people could also create plugins for interfaces, and then we could start dynamically loading stuff, and maybe save some bytes on transfers and stuff like that. So the current phase where we're currently at is, whoops. This has the right code for a plugin to load, and so we've created that in Storybook. And now we need to go to the transform page and have it dynamically load in npm module by its URL, run that code in the project, and then be able to open this dialog from that, which would be really cool because it means now you're loading project code on the fly. And we're using ES6, so a lot of this stuff is more possible than it was in the past, which is kind of cool. You weren't able to do this kind of dynamic import thing. I didn't even think it would work, and then I started working on this, and all of a sudden it was just working, which is pretty awesome. I don't know why I did the import page. We need the transform page, so we're going to stay on this page for a little while as we figure out how to load in plugins. Yeah, I'm not even sure if this is the final page where... I don't think this is the final page where it will be on. I feel like if you're loading in plugins, it should be at, like, the app level. Like, you might have a setting, I don't know, like in home or something where you add plugins. Or it might be a page in setup or something, like plugins. It'd be cool if you could just load plugins by clicking, though. But my point is, there should probably be, like, a plugin manager where you can see those plugins and they're, like, loaded in your application config. So I don't know how I'm going to tackle that yet. Should I create a plugin manager component? Or should I just, like, have the transform page? I feel like this component should not be loading in the plugins. Yeah, that makes it a little bit trickier. All right, so we'll do it. We'll create a global component for loading in plugins. And we'll just give it some default plugin to use. So we will not use Storybook then, because that'll just make it harder than it needs to be. So I'll close that down. We'll just run the application by itself. And let's do it. So this component is the web app component or something like that. So I'm going to try to find that in my... Whoops. In my module settings here. Move my camera. Oh boy. Local, I think it's like local app. Maybe I closed the Storybook too early. We gotta find this component. One surefire way to find a component is just right click and inspect. And then I think if we go to React components, yeah, now we can find it. Okay. This didn't make it that much easier, but I think it's in here somewhere. App config provider, I like that. Maybe that could load in the plugins. Yeah, that could probably do it. We could load in the plugins there. I'm not opposed to that. Let's do it. App config. Okay, so config key names. I guess we're going to add a new config key. So I will say plugin URLs. Yes, okay. So we've got plugin URLs that we can load. And then default app config. Yeah, we don't need to worry about that yet. Where do you add plugins? Do I need a little dialogue where you can edit plugins? Yeah, I guess I should probably have that. But should it be on the setup page or should it be on the... I could put it right here like manage plugins, or I could do it on the setup page. I don't love doing it on the setup page because this kind of makes me think, oh, this is where you configure your data set, not where you set things up. But people might want to configure it while they're inside the data set, so it might be the right thing to do. The other thing is you could just have it as a sidebar menu and then a dialog. I kind of like that too. So maybe I'll do that. Even though it's a little confusing, but yeah, let's do it. All right, so we got a sidebar. Let's make it so that that sidebar can open it. We'll keep that there, so we'll modify the application config. I think there's a set in config, so we'll use that to set the plugin URLs from that dialog, which we are going to figure out how to open right now. Let's start by seeing if we can find that sidebar. Okay, it's not called a sidebar, which is unfortunate. Let's see. Let's try to find it in the React components thing again. Oy. Help. Okay, so list item, list, transition, slide, unstable trap focus, modal, drawer. Oh, drawer sounds right. Anonymous. I feel like it's this anonymous thing. Yeah, if you don't export your components correctly, they go out as anonymous, which is really unfortunate. But maybe I can figure out. No, I'm not going to be able to figure this out. Okay, so it's anonymous, but I can see the props on it, so I can probably find it from that. Change recent items, drawer open. Let's see, drawer open sounds pretty incriminating. So let's see if we can find that's where that's used. Header, okay. So maybe the header contains the drawer. That would make sense to me. Header drawer, okay. Yep, this looks like it. Boom. Works every time. Control Shift F, find in project. That is the killer hotkey. Okay. So let's add a new list item. Wow, this is really verbose. These are doing like very little. Like they're just displaying a home button, but there's so much like XML-y stuff. Okay, unclick home. We'll instead want to unclick manage plugins. Change this to manage plugins. Okay. And then it's saying it's not defined, so we'll just go up the tree and define this. On click manage plugins. Yeah. I like it. Okay, so let's find something else. On open file. So wherever this is set is probably where we want to set on click manage plugins. Or maybe on click home. Let's follow on click home up the tree. So on click home. We can see it's being set in the desktop app. Oh, you know what else I want to do? I just thought of something. In this header drawer. So basically, if on click manage plugins is not defined, we're not going to show it. So only if it's defined, we'll show this component. And that way people can disable plugins, because I can definitely see people who are doing like enterprise installations or whatever, they're not going to want plugins to be loaded, because it's kind of like, you know, it's like community code. Who knows? Okay, let's see. Header, unclick home. Header context, unclick home. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Header drawer. Local storage app index. This is the one I think we want, because local storage app is the web app. For some reason, it's called local storage app. I don't know why. It's a really bad name. It should be called web app. I could probably rename it. Should I do that? I could probably rename this. See how often it shows up. Local storage app. Yeah, all right. It's really not in too many places. So if I rename this, I don't think I'll regret it later. I think I'll be like, wow, good rename. I'm gonna call it web app, and then everywhere where that appears, I'm gonna say web app. Local storage app. This is something that when people fork the project, though, they get really upset because they're like, wait, why would you rename this? Just totally messed up my fork. And I'm like, oh, maybe you should have contributed those changes to everybody else instead of keeping them all to yourself. Local storage app. Web app. Good refactor. Best there's ever been. All right. Cool. That That was a good change. That felt right. That felt like doing somebody a solid. Doing myself a solid, certainly, but probably doing somebody else a solid. Okay. Unclick manage plugins. I got distracted. Unclick home. Oh, that was in web app. That's how this whole thing started. Okay. So unclick home defined right here. Gonna duplicate that. We're gonna say unclick manage plugins. What does that do? What does that do? Do we have to manage some state? I think we gotta manage some state. We're gonna say const manage plugins dialog open. Set manage plugins dialog open. Use state. I probably could have done this directly in the header. I wonder if I did that with anything else in the header. Oh, I didn't. Okay. Yeah, it's always confusing. Like, where should this logic go? This is probably a bad place for this logic to be totally honest. Yeah, there's a lot of logic that shouldn't be here that's here. But yeah, and look at this. Okay, so this is where it'll go though. Onclick. I'm just following onclick home. I'm just following that one prop, taking it to where it leads me. Okay, unclick manage plugins. So that should be good. Data set. Okay. Airtos. So I think we could just throw the dialogue down there. I wonder if other dialogues appear in the header. If it would be more consistent for me to put a dialogue in the header. No, they don't. Okay. I guess we don't have a lot of dialogues that kind of appear on this app without that appear out of context rather. Because manage plugins, it's kind of like an application config. Like it's the location that it should be in isn't totally clear. Okie doke. All right, so manage plugins dialog. And we'll say open equals manage plugins dialog open. On close, set manage plugins dialog open false. Pretty straightforward. This guy can actually edit it can manage the app config from inside of it, so we don't need to pass anything else, any other state management. That's all we need to do. We do need to create this component though. So import manage plugins dialog from manage plugins dialog. Got this extremely flat component structure. Manage plugins dialog / index.js. People have told me they like the flat structure. I was surprised because a lot of people say that you eventually give up on the structure over time as it gets really big. And this keeps getting bigger, but people seem to like it because it's easy to find stuff. I don't know. I mean, maybe. Depends on how big the monolith is, you know? Maybe it's just because we have good module separation with, like with React Image Annotate and the other modules that do things. So manage plugins dialog. We want this to be another simple dialog. So import our simple dialog. Go ahead and return that. One really nice thing is we can just pass through the props to this thing to the simple dialog. I'm going to keep this so laser simple for now. I'm going to try to, I think I might have a text area component, text area with upload. Yeah, all right. Text area with upload. We really don't need the upload, but I mean, maybe somebody would want to do it. Text area with upload. I'm just going to set that. I don't know what props that takes, so let's take a look. It takes content, on-change content placeholder. Okay. Content. We'll derive this from the app config. So we'll need to pull in the app config, which I do not know how to do. So let's see. I think there's use app config. Okay. So that's how you pull in. All right. Use app config from app config. And then just checking myself. What do I have open here? I'm going to clean it out a little. Just cleaning up in preparation. Okay. content equals, we'll need to get that from the app config. We'll import the set in config and the from config from use app config. Content from config plugin URLs, and then we'll join that with a new line on change content. You know, another problem is we got to know when to load the plugins. So maybe we'll catch the on close and we'll have it load the plugins when we close the dialog. That might be easier. And then we also need a place globally to store those plugins. I might use the, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what I'm going to do for that. We have to store the plugins somewhere. I don't want to store them in the app config, like the actual loaded like modules. I don't want to store them in the app config because that object is like human readable. And it's not dynamic code. It's like a JSON configuration object. It's very simple. The plugins are a little bit different. They're executable JavaScript functions. So to put them in there wouldn't make a lot of sense. So I might create a plugin context, have that store that stuff. And it could also then watch for changes of the config and change appropriately. So that is probably the way to go. Let me take another look at this. Text area with upload, placeholder. That's the other thing I needed. Placeholder. Write the URLs to each plugin here. One plugin URL per line. E.g. HTTPS. And we'll just give the URL to the one that we're using as an example. This guy. Okay. Unchanged content, we'll say set in config, plugin URLs. Presumably this would be the content. Content.trim.split/n. And then something I like to do when you're getting user input that you don't know a lot about is take each line and trim each line so that there's no white space at the beginning or end of each line. And I feel good about that. Okay. This might magically work. Let's find out. Forgot to do something. Oh, you know what? I'm actually exporting this wrong. I'm exporting this such that it will look anonymous. So let's fix that. All you gotta do is give it a name when you set the variable. It's really, really straightforward. It's just best practice. There should be an ESLint rule for that, and for some reason there's not. Okay, element type is invalid wherever you export the component. While there's not really a way of knowing from this error where this is actually happening. One thing I'm going to do is just restart the build because sometimes I feel like the build is the issue. The build system doesn't recognize that I created a new component. So let's give it a chance to make up for it. Go, go, go. Load, load, load. It's a big project. It takes time. Cannot read property join of undefined. So that's a much better error. What that's saying is there's nothing defined. Something else I'm going to do, which I sometimes forget to do, is remove any empty lines with that filter boolean. Just something I remembered. Okay, loading the app. Right, and then I can go manage plugins. Oh, it doesn't look like it passed down properly. Yeah, all right. So in header drawer, we are not getting the unclick manage plugins. So we should look for where header drawer is used. Yeah, okay, so I just forgot to include it. So unclick manage plugins. Okay. There it goes. Manage plugins. Oh, it's got a home icon, so let's fix that. Find a good icon. Plugin. What do you got? Ooh. Oops. Oops. Oh, what did I do? Oh, it was so close. Plugin. I was more careful that time. And then that's in the header drawer, I believe. Okay. Settings, input, HTML icon. Okay. Whoops. My face is in the way once again. Let's throw it up there. Always in the way. Okay. Manage plugins. We click that. Nothing happens. So, do we get an error? What is saying this? Motion iframe. So let's see if we click manage plugins. Yeah, it is throwing that error. Interesting. Next up is 28. Let's try, nothing fancy. Just kind of loading this up and seeing what happens. Do 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 do. Oh, it's nothing. Failed to execute a pen child on node. Parameter 1 is not of type node. Let's close this, see if the error happens before this dialog is called upon. No. So it seems to be in the rendering of the dialog itself. Might have something to do with the fact that it's not in a contained component. Like, if I just put it in a div, it might fix it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, that one is even... Yeah, it's weird, because none of these things are... I feel like this should be in a div. Make my life easier. I'm going to shove it in a div. Might cause some styling issues. We'll find out. Probably means this is not the right place for any of this, but whatever. Manage plugins. What happened? Manage plugins. Nothing. No error, no nothing. Let's try this. Set open to true. See what we see. All right, so this is opening. You can set a title to this dialog, manage plugins. And then we can so that is definitely loading properly. Okay. Set open there. What about manage plugin, manage plugins, dialog open, set manage. Oh, that's not being called anywhere. On-click manage plug. Oh, it's setting file to null. Whoops. Forgot to change the code. True. All right. That seems good to me. The only thing is I wish that drawer would close after. I might be able to make it do that. Okay. So now we can throw the text area in there. Whoops. Except it did not want to, for some reason, put these on separate lines. Let's see if that works. Or maybe I have to do the placeholder as an HTML element. Yeah. What do you want from me? Is that gonna work? No. Text area with upload. It does new lines. Let's do EG. So no space there. And EG will do a new line than the example. And that will be good. Okay, so now this should save when I write stuff in there. Whoops. You can also upload a text file with the URLs. Okay, that'll let people do custom authentications for their teams, which I'm sure people would like to do in the future. Manage plugins, and we want to paste that URL. I'm going to copy it from over here, and we'll test if that saves. Oh, you don't want a copy, huh? I feel like sometimes when I'm live streaming, I might lose some of the copy paste. Oh, no, it errored. That's probably why it broke. So if I paste this, it's trying to save, and it's going to error out. Config can only have Boolean, strings, numbers, null, undefined. Thought I would be able to do objects. Well. That's going to pose a problem. Because how can I do objects if it's limiting the types like that? All right. So what I'll do is separate by the new line character, and it will be a string. and this one can stay how it is. Except we'll give it a blank string. It's undefined. Okay, close. Yep, that's it. I could also add a save button, which would be a little bit better actually, because then the modules would know when to load a little bit better. And then we got to do the plugin context the plugin context provider, and that'll be a whole different thing. Yeah, I should probably make it only do it on save. So we'll say actions equals, which means we'll have to do content up here. Content set content equals use state from config plugin URLs. Text of this action is save and load plugins. On click, we're going to close, and then we're going to set in config. Maybe not in that order. We'll do it in this order. Set in config, content, blah, 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 blah. Which means this one is very easily changed to set content. And this one just becomes content. Yeah. Okay. Now, one problem is if the plugin URL's config changes from somewhere else besides this dialog, it's not going to detect that. And that could be a problem. I'm not sure. So we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Okay, let's go ahead and try that out. So first, if I change this, I should be able to close out, and when I reopen it, no, that won't work. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll say, I guess I will handle that case right away, because otherwise it's just confusing. So use effect. If not open, return. Otherwise, we're going to set content equal to this. Okay, that should do it. Okay. Error. Let's see. Do I have all of my... Oh, what's this? I think the ESLint fix, which I accidentally clicked, might have done something weird. Okay, so do that, close, nothing happens, right? But if I add it twice, save, nothing happens. Let's see. Is there an error? Unconfig key. Set in config plugin URLs. It'd be better if they were comma delimited, but I don't know. You can have commas in URLs, unfortunately. So, but you can't have new lines, as far as I know. So it might be slightly better to do the new lines. Certainly easier in this scenario. Okay, so manage plugins. It's all good. you can now save plugins. Now we need to make it so they load. But first, let's save our progress. So introduce, manage plugins, dialog. Oof. Be interesting to see if people build custom interfaces. Probably got 40 more minutes. All right, manage plugins. Delete samples 1.0.4, plugin config.js. Um, Okay. So this is going to go in the web app. Just took a long pause to think, sorry. This is going to go in the web app with all the other contexts. And yeah, the only trouble with this context is I do want it to display stuff. I think I should be able to display stuff because after all, that error toast thing is right there and that displays stuff. So should be able to display stuff. Should I wrap? I wonder if the order matters at all. Plugins don't change very often. I'll say plugins context dot provider. File context. Where does that come from? File context. So we'll create a new component plugins context and it'll manage that context. Yeah, it's gonna get a little complicated. Plugins context slash index.js. And then we got to do, I believe, create context. So plugin context. I'll say raw plugin context is create context. We're also going to import use context, which is a nice little hook. And then we're also going to need from config, which I hope I can use. Maybe I can't, because we have to be inside the app config context, but it looks like the app config context can be used anywhere. So we should be good. The other thing I could do is just use recoil. And if I use recoil, I don't need any context stuff. Yeah, maybe I'll try using recoil. Why not? Okay. Then we're going to scrap this. Called plugin provider instead of plugin context. We're probably gonna need some stuff from React. I'm not sure what. Probably useState. Gonna need some stuff from config. From config. App config. And we're gonna need recoil, of course. We're gonna need the atom. Use recoil. You know, I cannot remember actually. Oh, I use recoil. I look it up all the time. Do I already have it in the package JSON as a dependency? Whoops. Package JSON. Okay. We do need to add the recoil root to the web app, so let's do that. Web app. Import man, I feel like I've already done this. Maybe I scrapped it. I think I might have done this in the past and scrapped it. Or maybe I used it somewhere else. Who knows? Okay. And we will put that here. Okay. Use recoil is not a thing. Use recoil state is a thing. So let's do that. I don't even know if we're going to need recoil, to be honest. I think it's just a hook. I think we can get away with it. Oh, no. We will need recoil. Yeah. That's how we'll share the plugins to other things. Yeah. So... yeah, we'll have a use plugins. Use plugins. And this will return all of the plugins, which it'll get from the atom. So we'll say plugin state equals atom key plugin state. It's just redundant. Just say plugins. And then default, we'll do none. Use plugins will return use recoil value plugins state. I'll shorten that a little bit. And then the job of this guy, this provider, plugin provider. The job of this is just to make sure that if the app config changes, I have loaded those plugins. And to send errors if something goes wrong. So I think I'm gonna finish loading this plugin. So we have full system in place, but I do have to go to the bathroom. BRB. Cool. All right. Let's do it. So, hmm. So I did this wrong. So it should be use app config. That's what you pull in from the app config. And then from here is where you get from config. It's like very confused for a second. And then what we want to do is have an effect that runs whenever we have a change to our plugins. I'm wondering if this will have an issue because how will an update pass through? Right? Because it's memoizing. Oh, well, it memoizes based on app config, so we should be good. So, we want to rerun this whenever from config plugins URL or plugin URLs changes. And then we want to go through plugin URLs. This ESLint thing is the bane of my existence. I can't stand it. Okay, plugin URLs. I'm just gonna make sure that this is clean really quickly. Do some quick transforms on it, just to remove missing strings or whatever. Okay, so after we have the plugin URLs, what we want to do is each plugin we want to try to load, and we can load them all in parallel. But then, yeah, but no, well, we'll load them one by one. That way the error messages will be a little bit better. So for const plugin URL of plugin URLs, import plugin URL. And we I don't really like try catches, so I'll just do a catch. I gotta do a try catch, really. My hand is being forced. And use effect doesn't really support async functions, so we just gotta put an async function inside of it. Load plugins. Okay. Add our catch. So we'll want to add a toast. That's an error. We can look up how to add a toast really quick. Ooh, don't know how I just lowercase that. Okay, add a toast, use toasts. Where do we get use toasts from? Pull that in there. Cool, cool. All right. That's what I'm talking about. Use toasts. Oh, but I imported it to the wrong place. Jumping around too quickly. Okay, import use toasts up there to our plugin provider. And then we can do add toast as use toast, yep. And then add toast. Okay, so, but I still need the usage on add toast. So add toast, open paren. Oh, I had it right. All right, cool. Add toast. Couldn't load plugin. And it's going to be a little messy right now, but because normally you would want to just give the name of the plugin. But for that, I would need to extract the unpackaged thing. So to do display broken plugin more nicely using regex extraction of package and version. Await import plugin URL. That will give us an object when we run the default method. Which will contain a bunch of stuff. So it'll contain, for example, well, I'll have to look. Luckily, I still have this open. So it contains, yeah, after you call default, which might as well be an async function, even though it's not there, but we can make it here. It'll have transform plugins, import plugins, interface plugins, authentication plugins, yeah, there's other ways to do this that are probably a little bit better organized, but anyway, whatever. This is what I did. Sure, it'll change a ton anyway. So the whole point of this entire thing is to build a list of plugins. So set that to an empty object. And we'll say plugins.push. Transform plugins.map. P. And then type transform. Okay. Do that for all of these. Import plugins. Interface plugins. Authentication plugins. Okay. So that should give us a list of plugins. Now at the very end, we're just going to set our recoil state. To do that in here, we'll need to have a method use recoil state, plugin state, say plugins, set plugins. And the only one we're really going to use is set plugins to plugins. Okay. And that will load our plugins. In theory. No such file or directory, plugins context / index.js. Is the web app still importing that? Plugins context? Yes. Should not be importing that. It's no longer used. Okay, let's try again. Because it gives us the same error, then yeah, so we probably need to reload our whole build. It's in, I don't know why it does that, but. No, maybe I'm wrong. Plugins, context. Oh, I did forget to remove it. There we go. But it should have use plugins somewhere. Yeah, use plugins provider. So now it should load, hopefully. Maybe. I'm a little confused because it's not showing anything, so I can't tell if it's refreshing. Looks like we're getting some kind of bug here. This component must be used inside a recoil root component. Instead of a recoil root component. We could wait to load plugins until they're inside the dataset editor, which is kind of like just a hacky way to do this. I don't think that's a bad idea because you don't want to flood the user with errors right away. Although it's not related to the usage of a dataset, so. Where's web app called? Maybe I can. App.js. Oh, there are a lot of contexts here. All right, yeah, so let me undo this. And then recoil root, I'll take that out. Recoil root, take it out. And we'll put it in here. Okay. And nice, we're getting an error. Couldn't load plugin. So, yeah, that's not bad. That's a good thing. Let's figure out why I couldn't load, if we can. One of the things we can do is just paste this in here and make sure that it loads for us. It does seem to load for us in this ES6 thing, so then we can literally do it in the console. Should be able to do it in the console. Import. Temp1. So then we can call temp1.default. Maybe it's mad because I called it like a promise. Right here where I do await. So one thing we can do is maybe throw in some new lines and then say e.toString. I don't know if that'll work. Cannot find module. Cannot find module. ES6 cannot find module. And by URL. What is scripts.js? Hmm. I don't know if I need that. My question is it a React problem? Like, is React transforming what I do? Create React app? Because it seems like that should work. And maybe it's converting it into something it shouldn't be. Create React app, import from URL. That's not what I want. Dynamic import from URL. That's not what I want. I don't know why I clicked on that. npm dynamic imports. I want to know what it's changing it to. I have a feeling it's not letting me load from a URL. So maybe if I do window.import, just try to be more explicit about it. Window.import is not a function. Cannot find module. I was worried something like this would happen and I get blocked by something silly. It might be because of the way that the module is loaded. So let's take a look at that error one more time. Cannot find module. Cannot find module when doing import from, oh my gosh, URL. Yeah, that's not what I want. I wish I could see the code that's actually being called. Maybe I can. If I stop catching the error. Might tell me. Plugin lazy, plugin provider lazy. But I need the whatever it's transpiling to, if it even is. Allow dynamic URL import. Yeah, there we go. Oh my gosh. Thank goodness. Whew. Oh, there we go. Yay. Yay. See if that does it. Oh. Oh. That's awesome. Cool. So I think we're loaded then. Which means we can now use this use plugins hook and actually get our plugins. I think I'd like to log the plugins or something before we do that. Just so that I can see that they've actually loaded properly. Oh, they're there. Yep, looks good. Okay. Okay, and now everywhere in our application where we have a recoil root, we can use that to load in our plugins. Which might cause problems for our storybook. We'll find out. I'll add this, so git commit plugin provider for dynamic plugin loading. Getting close. So we want something to show up on the transform page. So what we'll do, transform page, I'm gonna add some extra buttons. So one problem is the icons are not gonna work for now because I forgot. Yeah, not much I can do about that. I just forgot. I don't know where we would specify the plugins. Oops, plugins. The plugin icons, excuse me. Key, we'll say plugin.name. Plugin dash, I don't know, plus plugin.name. And we'll try providing no icons and see what happens. And right here, plugin.name. So of course we need to import the plugins. So we can do that using use plugins from / plugin provider. And over here, nope, not there. Somewhere over here, const plugins equals use plugins. And hopefully that magically works. We'll also need to filter down to just the transform plugins. So we'll do that in a minute. Transform. Okay, better than nothing. Check render method of context.consumer. Got undefined. So this might have to do with the icons. I think it's mad that I'm not giving it any icons. I think I don't need to give it 2 icons if I don't want, but can I just say null? I probably can't. We'll do community. Something like that. People. Just for now. Okay. So icon 1 will be people alt. I think I did. Icon 2, same thing. And oh, got a lot of plugins. Ooh, what? And they don't have names. I'm gonna do something a little hacky. Just display the plugins really quick. Wait, is that what I want to do? I think I'm confusing myself. So let's go to the plugin provider. What does use plugins actually have? Use recoil value, plugin state. Should be dot dot dot. Yeah. I messed it up. No problem. That's it. All right. Transform. I scrolled on the wrong one. Delete all samples. Cool. And when I click this, it doesn't know to open a dialog yet. But it actually did pull that name from the module itself, which is cool. So now when somebody clicks this, we want to open up the appropriate dialog from the thing we created before. I'm hungry, but we got to finish. All right. So I think if I can, I'm going to switch this to onClick and say set plugin dialog equal to plugin. Set open plugin also. If I can do an onClick. Doesn't look like I can do an onClick, so I'll have to make it. So say if onClick, return onClick. So it doesn't do anything else. We'll do this though. We'll do this first. Yeah, the tracking is going to be a little weird on this one. That'll do okay, but yeah. All right, so if onClick, we're going to do onClick. I think that's all we need. Set open plugin. So we'll need, Do we have use state? We do. Okay. So open plugin, set open plugin. Say it's null initially. Set open plugin, right? All good. Set open plugin not defined. Set open plugin. I think that's just taking a little while to update. It's wrong. It is defined. Okay. And then if open plugin, we're gonna do the plugin dialog. Open is equal to boolean open plugin. On close, set open. Whoops. Set open plugin to null. And then the rest is just going to come from the open plugin, which should have stuff like the name, stuff like that. Okay. Plugin dialog is not defined, so we just got to import that plugin dialog. Okay. Plugin dialog. Set open. Why is it saying it's undefined? Maybe I put it in the wrong place. Set open plugin. Let's go back up. I bet I put it in the wrong component. I did. Okay. Put it right there. Okay, looks good. Delete all samples. Click delete all samples to delete all of your samples. So nothing's showing up in here. It's really close to working. Oh, I think I know why. The API changed. So let's go to our plugin and fix that. UDT transform delete samples nvim. Source / render dialog. So this should be text instead of name. Okay. Let's edit the package JSON, update that version. Publish that. Oh, then we'll commit it. Fix action text. Okay, then we need to go to manage plugins and update this to whatever version we set in there, which, if I open up that package JSON, wrong one, 1.0.6, okay. 1.0.6, plugin config, save plugins. It tried to reload our plugin, but it failed to fetch, which makes sense. So we just gotta wait for unpackage to get that. You can even test it over here. Put it in over here. Does it work? Nope. Just not available yet. Because I believe my publish succeeded. It's just taking a little bit of time. Yep, there we go. So now that it's propagated, I should be able to refresh this page. And now this page is working. And now if I refresh this page should work. So I'm actually going to do something that has some samples so that this is more interesting. So we have 2 samples. If I go to delete all samples. Ooh, it's frozen. Has own property of undefined. I think something. So it's got this on change data set, which I didn't provide. And then it looks like even how we're doing it is kind of like allowing the data set to change and then closing the dialog. So let's see if that does it. Create from template, do an image classification, go to samples, transform, delete all samples, delete. It's freezing again. Has own property of undefined. Huh. Has own properties, setting dataset. Oh, am I not providing the dataset? That could be it. Dataset equals dataset. Jeez. Oh my gosh. So close. Oops. I mean, it should work for that interface, but I'm not trying to test anything new. Delete all samples, it closed, and I have no samples, so that's it. That is the initial plugin architecture. There's no plugin discovery right now, so we'll definitely want to work on the in-app plugin discovery. We want a lot of that. The more in-app plugin discovery you can do, like, that'll just make everything easier. Also, the plugin was integrated right into this section where it should be in a separate section called plugins. So that's the next thing to do. So I don't think this guy is quite ready to PR because I do want to have the discovery stuff in the first PR, but I think this is a good start. And when I continue, I will be doing the part where it's got a community section, a plugin section. All right. Plugins loaded and working. Ooh. The other thing I could have it do is parse that awesome UDT list and just say, hey, if you're on the awesome UDT list, go ahead and, load it in, whatever. This kind of ruins the convert page a little bit, because why would you need the convert page if you can do it all in app? If you can do these transforms in app, you don't really need it anymore. But whatever. Okay, that's that. It's all pushed up to the plugin architecture branch, and I am signing off. Thank you for joining me if you joined me, and looking forward to doing this again.